St. Martin's land, so bright by Beijing strand. His Excellency, Governor Ajamu Bailey, Honorable President of Parliament, Siddharth Bijlani, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, Honorable Prime Minister, Sylvia Jacobs, and Council of Ministers present, members of the High Councils of State, heads of the various government departments and executing agencies, board member and immediate past chair of Transparency International Trinidad, and our keynote speaker, Mr. Dion Abdul, director of National Integrity Action Jamaica, and a keynote speaker, Professor Trevor Monroe, other distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen online and in the hall, good afternoon. Thank you for being here this afternoon, and we'd like to officially welcome you to the inaugural symposium of the Integrity Committee of St. Martin. The theme for this first symposium is Building Integrity to Build a Nation. And this afternoon, we have several addresses from the Honorable Prime Minister, President of the Integrity Chamber. We'll have two keynote presentations and then a panel discussion, which would give you the opportunity to interact with the various presenters. At this time, I'm looking out. I'm not seeing the Prime Minister. And they're signaling to me saying she is outside. So let's see. Okay, we're going to make a change in the program in the interest of time, Madam President, or you wish to wait for the Prime Minister? Okay, I'm going to ask to please indulge us with a few minutes as the Prime Minister is on her way. We are aware that she just came in, but came back. So we're going to ask her to please come forward to present to us the opening address this afternoon. Madam Prime Minister, whenever you're ready, let me know. Please welcome the Honorable Prime Minister, Sylvia Jacobs.
Good afternoon, one and all. I trust that protocol has been established, and so I start by stating that I am honored and humbled to address this distinguished audience in what we term building integrity to build a nation, and expressing what that means to me. In the words of Roy T. Bennett, I quote, "Integrity is doing the right thing when nobody's watching and doing as you say you would do." When I first heard this quote, it resonated deeply within me. Several years ago, while still teaching, I stumbled across and adopted a full rule principle called RICE, and I've been able to implement it in all aspects of my life to date. The acronym RICE, coined by educator Dr. Rita Stein in her book, Connecting Character to Conduct, stands for respect, impulse control, compassion, and equity, and is deeply rooted in doing the right thing at the right time and for the right reasons. Its premise is based on everything we say or do reflecting who we say we are. So integrity starts with me. Integrity starts with you. Integrity starts with everyone. These rules that I have outlined, I didn't go through the whole thing, but the R, the I, the C, and the E enhance classroom management by helping children connect their actions and behavior to their character, which they're still building. The goal was to build character in our youth. And I dare say to this esteemed audience that these very simple rules can be used to build the character of a nation. Integrity is the cornerstone of strong nations. It speaks to our character and is a virtue that resonates within individuals' hearts and minds, reverberating through society. In today's interconnected world, character and ethics cannot be overemphasized as they unlock progress, prosperity, and sustainable development, which we are on the track to achieve. Integrity at its core embodies honesty, transparency, and ethical conduct. It requires us to act responsibly in all our endeavors. As leaders, it is our responsibility to instill these principles in our institutions. We must cultivate an integrity culture that permeates every aspect of our society. We must engage citizens, civil society organizations, businesses, and government institutions in a collaborative effort to promote integrity as a shared value. By doing so, we lay the foundation for a nation that thrives on trust, fairness, and justice. A nation built on integrity is one where corruption finds no fertile ground. Corruption erodes society's essence, diverting resources from their intended purpose, hindering progress, and perpetrating inequality. To combat this menace, we must adopt a zero tolerance approach to corruption, implementing robust yet equitable legal frameworks, strengthening oversight mechanisms, and promoting a culture of accountability. We must ensure that those who engage in corrupt practices face the consequences of such, regardless of their status or influence, something we have been known to do. We, as leaders in this community and leaders in our individual homes, must lead by example. Education plays a pivotal role in nurturing integrity. We must invest in comprehensive educational programs that teach honesty, integrity, and ethical governance from an early age. Hence, my reference to RICE, a classroom management tool. By empowering our youth with knowledge and skills needed to make principled decisions, we equip them to become integrity torchbearers now and in the future. We build character. These programs cannot and must not be limited to our youth. As lifelong learners, we adults must ensure that these programs are taught to our peers as well. We must continually assess our actions, assess, review, and adjust when necessary to effectively lead by example. Such awareness and educational programs must permeate our families, our communities, our churches, our CSOs, NGOs, businesses, and as I mentioned earlier, all governmental entities, all aspects of our society. Furthermore, we must embrace technological advancements as allies in our pursuit of a society based on honesty, trust, and equity. The digital age presents both opportunities and challenges. We must harness technology to promote transparency, streamline public services, and create platforms for citizen engagement. However, we must also be mindful of the risks associated with emerging technologies, such as cybercrime and data breaches. By implementing robust cybersecurity measures and enforcing data protection regulations, we can safeguard our digital systems while promoting integrity. As a SIDS, small island developing state, we face unique challenges in building a strong nation. Limited resources, vulnerability to external influences, and geographical constraints demand innovative solutions. It is essential to forge regional partnerships, sharing best practices, knowledge, and experiences to strengthen our collective integrity framework. Together, we can amplify our impact and overcome hurdles. Yes, even in this region. The path to building integrity is not an easy one, but it is a path we must tread if we are to forge a prosperous and sustainable future for our nation. It requires unwavering commitment, strong leadership, and a collective effort to embrace the era of integrity and equity for all as we break the chains of inequality. Who are we? Who do we say we are? What do our children see vis-a-vis what they hear us say? Let us work together to build character and build a nation, one individual at a time, and watch it grow. Together, this will be a testament to inspire integrity's transformative power to the world. I hope that our collective efforts will result in fruitful and successful results in building citizens of good character, whose integrity is never questioned. Trust me, I've had to deal with the challenges about past leaders. Let us be the pioneers of a new era of integrity and lead the way towards a better future. We must not forget that the road to success is long and difficult, but trust me, it is worth the effort. A just society is one in which each person can develop, grow, and thrive. Allow me to reiterate a statement I made a bit earlier. In today's interconnected world, character and ethics cannot be overemphasized as they unlock progress, prosperity, and sustainable development. As Prime Minister of St. Martin, this is my goal to lead a nation of citizens who respect themselves and others, to lead and will do the right thing at the right time for the right reasons, ensuring each person is treated equitably, is treated fairly, and has opportunities for optimal growth and development, and be able to achieve their dreams. Together we can, together we must. Welcome.
Building integrity is a collective effort, and we all have to do our part and do it together. Let's have another round of applause for the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much for the opening address. What is the Integrity Chamber of St. Martin? Who are the persons in the Integrity Chamber? And exactly what have they been doing? What are they doing now? And what is it that we expect them to continue doing in the future? At this time, we're going to welcome the President of the Integrity Chamber of St. Martin. Mrs. Rianne Vocals is the first President of the Integrity Chamber of St. Martin, and she was appointed by kingdom decree. After studying Dutch law, Mrs. Vocals has had an extensive career of over 20 years in the judicial field in the Netherlands, where she practiced law and also served as a senior judge. For many years, she was a member of the Hague Court's Recusal Committee, Kamer. Mrs. Vocals has vast experience in integrity matters throughout her career by serving on several supervisory boards as chair of the National Mining Damage Committee, the Commissie Mijnbouwschade, in the Netherlands, and as mediator and deputy secretary of the Disciplinary Board for Accountants. In her presentation this afternoon, she's going to share with us the achievements of the Integrity Committee and give a snapshot of what can be expected in the future. Please help me welcome President of the Integrity Chamber, Mrs. Rianne Vocals.
Welcome, Governor Mr. Bailey, President of Parliament Mr. Bijlani, Prime Minister Mrs. Jacobs, other distinguished dignitaries, and invited guests. Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and utmost honor that we gather here today for the first symposium of the Integrity Chamber of Sint Maarten. I would first like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Prime Minister for delivering her thought-provoking opening address. Your insightful words have, I'm sure, set the stage for engaging discussions today on the crucial topic of integrity. And second, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for her unwavering support for the Integrity Chamber from the very beginning of her tenure, almost 4 years ago. And I am delighted to see a remarkable turnout today with distinguished individuals from various fields in the public sector. I am thankful that you are gracing us with your presence. I know you all have busy schedules, and it's your attendance that serves as a statement to the recognition and value our society places on the subject of integrity. For this inaugural symposium, we chose the theme Building Integrity to Build a Nation. This theme inevitably prompts the question as to what kind of society we aspire to live in. Sint Maarten is a constitutional democracy, and the concept of a democratic constitutional state explicitly incorporates the element of integrity as a necessary quality requirement. It therefore follows that a government cannot lay claim to constitutional legitimacy without also adhering to principles of integrity. It is evident that a government that lacks integrity cannot sustain the rule of law. The former Minister of Home Affairs in the Netherlands, Indales, she stated over 30 years ago, and I quote, "A little bit of integrity is not possible," unquote. Sentiment that is relevant still today. And of course, we all recognize that issues pertaining to integrity are seldom straightforward, with various shades of gray necessitating open discussion and consideration. Nevertheless, it remains vital that we engage in these discussions and openly address questions of integrity in our society. To be sure, as you may rightly observe, this is easier said than done. However, I concur with the sentiment of the report, and I will elaborate on this point. We firmly believe that integrity is the cornerstone of good governance and that it is essential to building public trust, fostering economic growth, and promoting social justice. If integrity is deemed a necessary quality requirement for a state that upholds the democratic rule of law, it is essential to address the threats and remedies associated with maintaining it. To begin with, following 6 phenomena are widely recognized as threats to integrity in government and public administration: corruption, nepotism, conflict of interest, lack of transparency, political interference, and inadequate oversight. These threats to integrity can erode public trust in government and undermine the effectiveness of public administration. Therefore, it is essential to have strong safeguards in place to prevent and address these risks. And to address these risks, or to address these threats to integrity, several measures or remedies are necessary. First, strong ethical standards. Public officials should be held accountable to high ethical standards and be required to adhere to a code of conduct that emphasizes transparency, honesty, and accountability. Secondly, robust anti-corruption measures should be in place, such as clear regulations on gifts and donations, rigorous enforcement of anti-corruption laws, and the establishment of an independent anti-corruption agency. Furthermore, effective oversight and monitoring mechanisms are crucial to ensuring public officials' accountability, including audits, investigations, and performance evaluations. A transparent decision-making process is crucial. Decision-making processes should be transparent and open to public scrutiny to ensure that the general principles of good governance are upheld and that there is no room for favoritism. Additionally, public participation in decision-making processes can increase transparency and accountability. And finally, I would like to stress the importance of training and education programs. Public officials should receive ongoing training and education to raise awareness about the importance of integrity in order to help them identify and avoid situations that could lead to conflicts of interest or unacceptable behavior. Ultimately, building trust is key. Public trust in government is critical to uphold the democratic rule of law and the general principles of good governance. As I said earlier, I am a firm believer that integrity is the cornerstone of good governance and that it's essential to building public trust, fostering economic growth, and promoting social justice. And having all said this, what does all this require for our politicians, board members, and civil servants? It goes without saying that in the performance of their duties, they must comply with the law, fundamental rights, written and unwritten rules. And in addition, I name two. One is moral responsibility. Our politicians, board members, and civil servants must uphold a strong moral compass, guided by ethical principles that prioritize transparency, honesty, and accountability. And two, they must set an example for others to follow, as they play a crucial role in shaping the culture of integrity within their organizations, recognizing their role as leaders in promoting integrity and upholding the rule of law. All for the best interest of the public, het algemeen belang. And everyone present here is destined for this leadership. You all play an extremely important role for Sint Maarten to serve the interests of the public. And have you ever asked yourselves what you need to properly fulfill that role? Resources, support, access to information, autonomy is only half the story. Crucial is a safe, professional environment, organizational integrity, an organization that has its integrity structure in order. The following are some of the key elements of an organizational integrity structure that we believe helps to promote and stimulate ethical behavior, ensuring that politicians and civil servants act in the best interest of the public. One, a code of conduct should be in place. A code of conduct that outlines expected standards of behavior and conduct for politicians and civil servants. The code should cover topics such as conflict of interest, impartiality, confidentiality, accountability, use of public resources, and compliance with laws and regulations. Two, training and development. Training on ethics and integrity should be provided to all politicians and civil servants to ensure they understand the code of conduct and how to apply it in their work. Three, internal controls should be in place to prevent and detect ethical violations such as fraud and unacceptable behavior, and to ensure that politicians and civil servants are complying with the code of conduct and ethical standards. Four, persons of trust. Every organization should have procedures in place to report unethical behavior in a safe and trusted manner for both the person of trust as well as the one reporting an issue. This can encourage individuals to come forward with information and ensure that wrongdoing is addressed. Five, transparency and accountability. An organization should be transparent about its operation and decision-making processes. This can include making information publicly available, engaging with stakeholders, and providing opportunities for feedback and input. And number six, last but not least, fair and impartial processes. Organizations should ensure that processes for hiring, promotion, and decision-making are fair, impartial, and based on merit. Overall, an organizational integrity structure that includes clear ethical standards, persons of trust, internal control mechanisms, provides adequate training and development, promotes transparency and accountability, and ensures fair and impartial processes. Such organization can help ensure that politicians and civil servants act with integrity and fulfill their duties properly. Building integrity to build a nation. And this is where the Integrity Chamber comes in. In the first part, I have outlined what it requires to foster integrity to build a nation. Now, I would like to take a closer look at what and how the Integrity Chamber of Sint Maarten can do and has done to help build this integrity. Let's be clear that I stress the word help in this sentence, as of course no institution can achieve such a goal on its own. It requires the participation of government, all government institutions, councils, civil servants, the public of Sint Maarten, and many more. The Integrity Chamber can, as I said, help by finding and showing the right directions, setting up instruments, fine-tuning regulations, and providing a more general understanding and awareness. Although many people were of the understanding that the Integrity Chamber was set up with a sole purpose to start investigations in wrongdoing, this is certainly not the case. The actual task of the Integrity Chamber is much wider. It includes providing advice and writing proposals, improving awareness, and also conduct investigations on possible misconduct. From the start in 2020, the focus of the Integrity Chamber work has been on prevention of misconduct, as we firmly believe that educating people on the importance of integrity and making sure they and their organizations have the right procedures and information in place to prevent misconduct is a much better way to build integrity than to only punishment once a misconduct has taken place. Looking at The earlier outlined 6 key elements of an organizational integrity structure. Let's see how the Integrity Chamber has contributed to these goals. First, I would like to emphasize that each proposal or advice the Integrity Chamber produces includes what we call a warm handshake, warme overdracht. This implies that it will include, where required, an implementation process, and that this is discussed with the appropriate management of each advice and proposal. In order to provide strong ethical standards, employees and officials should be aware of how the institute they work for requires them to perform their duties and tasks. One element is to have a code of conduct and publicize this code so that the general public is aware of what they can expect. Currently, there is no code of conduct within the Sint Maarten governmental organization that is applicable to all civil servants. However, it has been brought to the attention of the Integrity Chamber that the Gedragscode Overheidsdienaren 2019 was prepared in May 2019, signed by the Governor and the Minister of General Affairs, and is awaiting implementation. It was not clear why the Code of Conduct has not been implemented. As such, the Integrity Chamber provided advice by its own initiative to the implementation of the Code of Conduct for civil servants. This advice provides a clear and concise implementation path and procedure. The second element is training and development. From its early start, the Integrity Chamber conducted information sessions to management and employees of government and government-owned entities to provide awareness of the requirements for integrity within their organization. The list would be too long to mention here. Many of you we already met at these occasions, but believe me when I say we have been busy, will remain busy, and are enjoying these sessions enormously. It's not just us providing information. The interactive sessions are also a great source of inspiration and information for us. In these sessions, we look and discuss together how and where we can improve the integrity structure of the particular organization we are visiting. The Integrity Chamber is also in the process of providing workshops on integrity. The first one was held with the Ministry of Roaming, and I am happy to say that more are on our waiting list. Next to these information sessions, the Integrity Chamber has also started and is still executing an awareness campaign for the people of Sint Maarten. The campaign includes information videos and interviews on our own website and Facebook, but also includes reaching out to different communities, so-called meet and greets, held in the respective community centers. These sessions have proven to be enjoyable, interesting, and a learning experience for both us and the general public. So please make sure, keep your eyes open for the next one in order to participate, or check our website or Facebook. In our quick scans, we provide ministries with an overview of the status of their internal integrity mechanism. These scans are being conducted together with the civil servants of the respective ministries. We provide, among others, an insight in the internal controls that are in place to prevent and detect ethical violations and to ensure that all are complying with the required standards. The quick scans result in recommendations how and what to improve in these matters within the respective ministries and agencies. As mentioned, a healthy organization requires trusted procedures in place to safely report unethical behavior. In order to encourage and to help individuals to come forward with information, help them in situations where they are not certain how and if to report, and to encourage that wrongdoing is addressed, a person of trust is required in an organization. It became clear that in most government organizations within Sint Maarten, such a person of trust was not in place. And in line with the task in the National Ordinance Integrity Chamber, the Integrity Chamber provided advice on the confidential advisor as the required person of trust. This advice not only mentions the requirements, but includes an outlined implementation path to help each organization to have a confidential advisor in place. An organization that values integrity, especially a governmental one, needs to make sure its decision-making processes are clear, transparent, and adhered to. This guarantees that the public can hold decision-makers accountable for the decisions they make. In order to help these procedures to be in place, the Integrity Chamber has provided advice on several policies and proposals, among others on the government housing and vehicle management, as well as on the land lease policy of the Ministry of Roaming, all upon the request of the responsible ministers. We also conducted investigations into certain procedures. And again, all advices came with a clear and concise implementation plan included. As you can see, we have been and are busy to help foster integrity within government and government-owned entities, as well as improve the general awareness of integrity within these organizations and, of course, the general public of Sint Maarten. This symposium is one of the ways we are reaching out to all of you in order to build towards a stronger Sint Maarten together. Thank you.
And from that presentation, we can see that the Integrity Chamber is very busy. I also believe they're doing a fantastic job as well. Let's have another round of applause for the President of the Integrity Chamber, Mr. Jan Vocals. We have two keynote speeches, and the first presenter of the first keynote address is Mr. Dion Abdul. Mr. Dion Abdul is a board member and the immediate past chair of Transparency International Trinidad. He is an attorney at law with over 20 years of experience in the corporate environment and holds a master's degree in law, corporate and commercial law. Mr. Abdul is a chartered secretary, a fellow of the Corporate Governance Institute, and a graduate of the Harvard Business School. He has facilitated workshops, presentations, and presented papers locally, regionally, and internationally on areas such as governance, risk management, strategic planning, diversity, integrity in public life, and procurement systems. At this time, please help me welcome Mr. Dion Abdul for his presentation.
The Governor General Ajumo Bali, the Honorable Silveria Jacobs, Prime Minister, Member of Parliament, Mr. Siddharth Biljani, Mrs. Rian Vogels, President of the Integrity Chamber, and other members, Professor Trevor Monroe, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the audience, all of you, including the media, good afternoon. I bring greetings and congratulations on this very, very auspicious day. The first ever Integrity Symposium in Sint Maarten. I think you deserve a round of applause. Greetings from your friends in the Southern Caribbean and from our chair at Transparency International, Willen, Dr. Delia Ferrer Rubio. It is very encouraging, and it speaks volumes for Sint Maarten that both your Governor General and your Prime Minister are seated here with us today in our very own chamber, I have to say, to discuss the fundamental matter of building integrity to build with integrity. Well done again. Let me start by sharing a little of Transparency International with you in the event some of you may not know of it. That is doubtful. Oh, okay. Thank you. Uh-huh. Transparency International is the global coalition working against corruption in over 100 countries. We try to prevent the spread of corruption, minimize and eliminate the effects of corruption by our advocacy, our activism, and so on. It's much like Sint Maarten. There are a number of chapters all over the world under one parent entity in Berlin. Our mission is to stop corruption and promote transparency, accountability, and importantly, integrity at all levels. And I want you to remember our vision. Cast your eyes as far as it can go. A world in which government, politics, business, civil society, and the daily lives of people are free of corruption. From what I've heard this afternoon so far, just from two speakers alone, that certainly is the intention of Sint Maarten as well. And on this slide, it defines corruption, which you all know as well. The abuse of entrusted power for private gain. And this includes, as I've spelled out here, public servants demanding what we call bribes, politicians misusing public money for awarding jobs and contracts, and companies offering bribes for contracts. We'll spend a moment or so on one important thing here, the word trust. A very important word, which in the world of governance and in the world of law has a specific meaning. There are certain legal underpinnings and connotations to the word trust. So when we speak of the abuse of entrusted power, we have certain things in mind. Very simply put, for the non-legal minds in our audience, a trust is created when an asset is vested, is held by someone called a trustee for the benefit of someone, some person, not himself, not himself, but for the benefit of others. It's not your own. It's simply in your hands to take care in the interest of others. All public officials, government officials, civil servants, and so on are trustees in that respect. We need to recognize that. We hold the assets of the state, of the citizenry in our hands. It's not ours, it's for the benefit of others, the citizens of this country, of your country, of ours as well. The actions of a few who hold power impact the lives of many. I want to repeat that. The actions of a few who hold power impact the lives of many. And we would do well, those of us who hold the reins of power, to spend time and thought on those words when we are sitting in our offices, well-appointed offices, and there are matters before us to deliberate on. I want you to notice as well, as I mentioned to you, how TI's vision transcends from government to the daily lives of people, the common folk, as we see. It starts from the top, it goes to those who support the entire system that is above it. What does integrity have to do with all of this? We've heard a lot so far about what integrity is about, some very, very outstanding and important definitions and words. I like one from a lady called Oprah Winfrey. I'm sure you heard of her. I've heard this quotation attributed to several other persons, but I'll stay with Oprah, right? And Oprah said, integrity is doing the right thing, especially when no one is watching. And for those of us, for those of you who are in public offices in particular, when you sit behind your desk late at night or on your own during the day, and there's an important matter of significant cost on so before you, it is important, it is really, really important for you to bear this in mind. Because the influences, if you don't know, can be very, very significant. What do you do? What do you do? We speak of doing the right thing. And what is that right thing? It seems when we are entrusted with power, we need a range of preventative measures around us to protect us from guess who? Ourselves, right? So that's Delia, our chair, speaking to that range of preventative measures recently in a speech at UNGAS. I have fond memories of Sint Maarten personally. It was almost 10 years ago. I was right here in this beautiful island, believe it or not, with a team of personnel from TI, Transparency International, from Berlin, to conduct a National Integrity System Assessment, NIS as we call it. This final report was published in July 2015. It was conducted around 2014 and so on. The NIS Thank you. The NIS evaluates the integrity system in a country on the basis of a number of pillars. And I have to say, the NIS was conducted here in 2014-15 at the request of the government of Sint Maarten at the time. Not often do you get that, right, Professor? Yes. So your Sint Maarten can take a bow for that. That was a really interesting intervention. The NIS was a concrete step towards building integrity, towards building this nation. And the baseline study in 2014 mentions in its preamble, integrity is a prerequisite for confidence in government. Integrity is a prerequisite for confidence in government. It is an essential prerequisite for good governance. Sometimes we confuse the word government and governance. It is an essential prerequisite for good governance and for confidence in government. NIS has 13 pillars, as you see, that is applied universally throughout the world, wherever we do an NIS assessment. In 2014, however, when we were here, the assessment covered just 12 pillars. 12 pillars. I'll tell you about that in a minute. The 13 pillars speak to salient institutional features that work best, prevent corruption, and promote integrity. The one that was missing, the one pillar that was missing in 2014-15 was the anti-corruption agency. So that's why we did only 12 pillars in 2014. We now have the Integrity Chamber, and they've heard of the good work they are doing. I found it interesting to note that in the baseline survey of 2014, which posited 75 questions to civil servants right here, specific mention was made of the number of I don't know responses received. So we put forward 75 questions, and we got as much as 74 I don't know responses. That was interesting. But guess which response events, which question events a response? Guess what? It was a question related to working hours. And yes, we will get that right anywhere in the Caribbean, not just St. Martin, right? Anywhere in the Caribbean, I guess you'll get that right. See where it comes from. In 2014, 2015, the building blocks, to build integrity, to build a nation, as it were already there. We were looking at 12 out of 13 bills. It's in your constitution. You only have to look at your articles, right? 101, 50 plus, all those nice numbers going up there. It's in your national ordinance. Everything for registration and financing of public parties, promotion of the integrity of ministers, accountability or ordinance for public tendering, and so on. But we were able to identify some gaps that were there. The details are in the assessment itself, but let me just highlight a couple. Oh, more than a couple anyway. Rules for register of written declaration were missing. Rules regulating remuneration of members were missing. The code of conduct, which you heard about earlier, was missing. Who is responsible for managing integrity in St. Maarten? That was one of the I don't know. The Integrity Bureau was missing. And rules relating in detail to public tendering. As well, one of the key things that Prime Minister mentioned, civil society, they were there. They were weak. The impact on good governance was virtually non-existent. The role of the media could have been a little more at that time. And we found that there was insufficient integrity in the business structure. Now, remember, we're talking about 2015. This brings us now to what I'd like to think is generic data from the Caribbean from recent surveys. This data tells us that 85% of citizens feel they can make a difference. They actually feel that we, the citizenry, have the power in this democracy to make a difference. 0.5 believe corruption is a big problem. Almost 80% of us want to know, just like St. Martin in 2014, 15, where to go, who to go to, what do I do? And 4 and 5 persons making a report become the target for action by those who don't want it to surface, right? This is just generic data, it's not specific to Sint Maarten. But the data seems to replicate in a broad way the findings of the NIS, the National Integrity Assessment, right? There is clear recognition of integrity-related problems, concerns as to what to do about it, and the fear of reprisals. Right. Now, this is part of the problem. The outcomes of action or inaction is reflected annually in Transparency's Corruption Perceptions Index. This is the heat map for the world that we normally produce. I just wanted to give you a broad picture of where we are in the Caribbean. And you will see Barbados and Bahamas, in particular, continue to feature at the top of the Caribbean in terms of scores. And there are a few of us who continue to be dormant, or there are incremental improvements over the years. Now, I know Sint Maarten does not as yet feature on this assessment, but our brothers and sisters right here on this slide tell us where possibly we can be, either at the top or somewhere down there. Interestingly, I saw Netherlands scoring pretty high at 80. And you are part of the kingdom, right? Worldwide, the top ranking countries are Denmark, Finland, New Zealand. And I have to say, these countries, the Nordic countries as we call them, in particular, feature well all over the years we have surveyed at the top of the rankings. They score well, they do well, and they occupy these positions year after year. I have challenged myself looking at this data for a few years as to, I'm sure professors, what is the basis? What is the rationale for it? Why is it only the Nordic countries do well? And we, for example, in the Caribbean, can't seem to gravitate towards that. What's happening? Barbados does well, Bahamas, and even St. Vincent. The top ranked countries, do you think they're free of corruption and integrity issues? No, they're not. They have their issues. But you know what makes them different? They have issues as well as us, but they have systems and processes in place that function and assist them in addressing the behaviors that put some of us at the lower levels. Some of these systems and processes find themselves in what I call a threshold of legislation that we in the Caribbean aspire to. Procurement, public procurement, whistleblowing, so no one will be afraid again of making a report. Whistleblowing protection for those of us in the citizenry that want to make a report. Campaign finance legislation. When I was in school, I learned that he who pays the piper calls the tune. And I'm sure in Sint Maarten that goes well. Access to information. Access to information. In some places, freedom of information legislation. The public has a right to know how their money is being spent. And most of these, all of these high-ranking countries have, in particular, this and other pieces of legislation, best practices in place. Importantly, they have, and I know my colleagues from Holland will bear me if I'm wrong, they also have a culture of trust. A culture of trust. I wanted to listen to the words. And that culture is not taken for granted. That culture is built over years. Do not lose sight for one moment that we in the Caribbean are young democracies. In St. Maarten, you have gotten autonomy, I would say, only in 2010. Most of us come out of 1962, 1964, and thereafter, a few years. But when we talk about these Nordic countries, they have had the benefit of those types of systems and processes being in place for centuries. I want us to understand that. I was in Copenhagen a couple of years ago, before the pandemic, and I was astounded to learn something new in terminology. I thought maybe I had heard it all. Well, so there was this presenter from Denmark providing information as to why they do so well. And he was humble with it. He was explaining something that he called Nordic currency. People ever heard of that? Nordic currency. And when I got to the bottom of it, he was really speaking about trust. They trust their systems, they trust their processes, they trust the people that they have in the positions of power. As I said, they all have their issues, but that level of trust in the system and processes is very high. He had given an example then, and he said, in some season, whether it's summer, not important, they will go up to the hills, and up on the hill, there is a hut there at some point, and if they needed clothing, if they needed food, stuff, they enter the hut, take what they need, close the door, and when they go back down, they feel free. I said, that's not going to happen in Trinidad. That's the degree of trust that they have. I was speaking to an older, a more mature person. He was at the time around 70. He had migrated from the Caribbean to Denmark and then Sweden. And he said to me, he says, as I get older, I can go to any public office and know that I'll be served. I can go to any public office and know that they will treat me with respect. I pay my taxes when I was working. I know at when I turn a particular age, I'll benefit thereafter. He trusted the system processes, right? Now, we have it here in the Caribbean as well, you know. I'm sure I'm not alone when I'm saying my mom would send me when I was at school or younger to the shop to purchase items, food stuff maybe. And the shopkeeper would give it to me on what? Trust. He actually used the word trust. He said, I'm going to trust you this amount of food stuff when I couldn't pay for it. We have the same systems, perhaps different stories, but the elders in our society are able to impart the same value system if we would get to listen. I remember some years ago as well, forgive me for giving you the stories, but I feel they give life to what we talk about, you know, real tangible. And this guy came to my home. He was an elderly guy again. I keep company with your people a lot. And he said to me, "Do you know that you're in public life? Be careful. What are you speaking about?" He says, "People will come to you and offer you stuff. And they will say nice words. You will want to give you nice things. The moment you bring that home to your family, the moment you bring it home to your family, and they are aware of it, this old guy is accepted. And they accept it. You can never ever tell them what's right and wrong again. Is that true? Yeah, you can't tell them what's right and wrong again. So do what's right, even when no one is looking. Leave it there and tell them, please leave. Right? This let's call it commodity for want of a better word. This gentleman in Copenhagen that day was saying this is the Nordic currency. And I thought to myself, we should have our own currency back home. Why don't we call it a Caribbean currency of trust, right? That we could export to each other out of the Caribbean. I think we can do it. What do you think? Yeah. How do we build integrity to build a nation? You know, I was saying to my breakfast party this morning, that when I was here in 2014, I think it was, all the ingredients were there to build that nation. To build integrity. All of it is here. We just have to marinate it, right? We just have to do that. Even the best in business, Warren Buffett, is telling you about what? Integrity. This is a businessman in private sector, multi-millionaire, billionaire even. He's saying, if your recruit does not have integrity, well, then God Almighty is going to kill you. If he doesn't have integrity, whatever his intelligence, whatever his energy. As we say in management, you can buy competence. You can always buy an intelligent person, an experienced person. But you cannot buy honesty. No, you can't. Right? Here are some suggestions. In the public sector, and we've spoken a little bit of this already, we need to get our legislative agenda from being just an agenda into reality. Annually, all of us in our countries, we have the legislative agenda to produce and to work with. We need to get at least those 4 key pieces of legislation I mentioned into and out of the Parliament chamber. Passed. Procurement, whistleblowing, campaign finance, and access to information. We can go the full 9 yards if we want it, and deal with beneficial ownership and so on. But it's a good starting place, not more than the procurement. It's a good starting place to protect your whistleblowers. It's a good starting place to give your citizens the right to information. They put you there. You need to know what you're doing, or you should know what you're doing. Now, as I say that, public sector cannot do it alone. It takes 2 hands to clap, right? We all know that. So it's easy to stand here or to sit there and point fingers at the guy and the girl. That's the politician, that's the public servant, the civil servant, and they are all bad. It does not happen so. Somebody walks in and says, I can give you that holiday. I can give you that piece of land if you can. Right? It takes 2 hands to clap. When we're addressing integrity issues, when we're addressing corruption issues, we need to be clear in the Caribbean that we talk about public and private sector. Do not be good. The public sector cannot do it alone. We need a private sector that supports, that drives, and operates with integrity as well. When we have business chambers, chambers of commerce, and so on in the Caribbean, ostensibly, that unit is formed to drive the business agenda. I just want to recommend something to you in case you want to use it. Transparency promotes something they call the Business Integrity Country Agenda. And you should read around it if it's available. But it really speaks to getting the private sector involved. And it starts with an assessment of the best practices in the private sector themselves. So it's easy for us to sit here and say, I want legislation. What do I have in my company? Right? So it starts with the assessment of what is the private sector, what they expect of public sector, and then they do a gap analysis. It's a baseline survey. Then for working in partnership with the public sector. We have tried to facilitate that to ensure that the parties, public and private, can come together to work towards a common objective an objective of integrity, an objective of limiting corruption, right? If we can guarantee every business that is out there, every contractor that is out there, that their proposal will be considered fairly according to published criteria, I don't think any business will have an issue with that. As well, we expect them to be here properly too, right? So that's the idea with the beaker. We have a few chapters in the country, in the Caribbean, which have embraced this and around the world. But it's a suggestion to bring both parties together, not just to talk, but also to assess what they have and project a working agenda going forward to achieve those issues, those initiatives we talked about. The business chambers, some of them grew up with us, mom and pop shop. A lot of them small businesses on the corner and so on. But we need to inform them and educate them as well in the event they do not know what are the best practices that they should have. We need to inform them in today's world of the need for the three P's. You all know what I'm speaking about? It's the buzzword in governance now, people, planet, profit. In other words, you don't think about profit alone. You think about your community, Sint Maarten. You think about your environment, your beach, your lovely beaches, your environment. So your business is functional, but you take the integrated governance approach. We need to enlist the private sector, the businesses, helping us build a culture of integrity. Back home, this is from our own assessment, what we got out of it. And as you can see, this is what they thought was required, and this is what was missing from them. At the end of the day, we try to sell to them, and I've kept that small deliberately to talk about after. Clean business is good business. Good for you, good for your community, good for your environment, not just for you alone. Other players in the business, Prime Minister has mentioned them as well. But let me just touch on integrity tax. We have to do too. Procurement legislation is one thing, best practice procurement is one. Transparency is an initiative pertaining to integrity tax for major infrastructural projects, where it requires the agency, the public sector agency, and the contracting parties to come to an arrangement within a framework of integrity and good governance. You can read about that as well. There's an ethos of learning on corporate governance that I can refer you to, or that you know already. But we need to look into those things to really move us from where we are and have us functioning, energized by a culture of integrity. But I'd like to start with something President of the Chamber said, and also the Prime Minister. You see this group here? This is key. Our generation, I don't like to see it, but maybe lost. Prime Minister says no. Our generation is leading the way, right? But you see that generation, we can't lose them. We can't let them have their way lost. They are the future of your country, of our Caribbean. And we want them right here. We want them right here to lead our Caribbean into the future. So what a number of chapters around the world has done, including Jamaica, Trinidad, and in Eastern Europe, so on, is establish integrity clubs or integrity schools, where they take kids of primary school and secondary school age and put them through a learning process, inculcating values that they may not have come to the table with when they went to school. We all come from different homes, perhaps different religions, perhaps different ethnicities, and so on. when we meet at school, these are the common value system that we would expect of each other. So if we're doing business later on in life, we will know what to expect. So this is a secondary school in Trinidad. And here we had partnered with these secondary schools, and we took about, at the time of the pilot project, about 7 schools. We gave them the framework for establishing this system, this process, and then allow them to run it for themselves. The framework was a manual, how to establish it, how to run it, how to maintain it. And we think in that way we can contribute towards developing a culture of integrity, building a nation, building it with integrity. I'm almost there. Let's be honest. I'm almost there. I hope I'm not boring you. One area we found weak in the NIS, forget the slide. One area we found weak in the NIS in 2014-15 was civil society. And I have to tell you, I think the situation has improved, but certainly, we need to assist civil society organizations in all of our jurisdictions, not just Martin. We need to do it. Civil society brings to the table an independent voice. And yes, they voted for whoever's in party or get into power, but they have a voice as well. They bring an independent voice that allows the decision-making forum to think again about a matter we may be deliberating on. What I found was missing in St. Maarten were civil society organizations, especially focused, targeted on governance. So I'm making a pitch there for those of you who are interested to start a chapter, or we call it a chapter information of transparency. Start something, become activists not just in the media, but start a civil society organization that has a voice that will be listened to, not just in your community, but in the higher echelons of parliament where decision making impacts on you and your funds. Civil society organizations strengthen, empower with independence and help us focus on the issues of governance that affect our community at the lowest level. Sometimes we tend to speak here at the higher levels and we forget those small groups, the community groups at the lower levels. The role of the media is key. And when I look at what has been shared with you, what I've read coming into Sint Maarten, I think we're all on the right track. I see brave men and women writing in such a way, respectful, but clear as to what they think the issues are. I want to encourage you to continue along that path. Strong, independent media, as you well know, is very important for a democracy. Where there's a quiet media, something happens with democracy. As I end, I just want to emphasize the point that here in the Caribbean, as I mentioned before, we are young countries, young democracies in the wider context. In the Caribbean, we need to build our nations, to build it with integrity, and do it quickly as well. The world is moving so fast. Technology alone will leave us here and move on. That's no AI will take us all over the place. AI is going to take away all of this. Trillions of dollars are at stake. I'm talking about trillions of US dollars. I haven't converted it to euro. More importantly, a better quality of life for all our people is at stake. Thank you very much.
Mr. Abdul asked if he's boring us, but I was ready to listen to him for another 30 minutes at least. Let's give Mr. Abdul another round of applause for that very insightful presentation. Sometimes we think we're on our own, and it's good to hear what is happening in the rest of the world so that we can compare. So thank you very much for that presentation. Our second keynote speaker for this afternoon is Professor Emeritus Trevor Monroe. He is the Director of National Integrity Action in Jamaica. He is a member of the International Council of Transparency International, one of only 30 globally, and the only one such from the Caribbean. Professor Monroe has a first-class honors degree and master's in government from the University of the West Indies and attained his PhD in political science from Oxford University. He has produced National Integrity System Country Studies of Jamaica, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and the Caribbean. Professor Monroe has a distinguished record as an academic, in civil society advocacy, and in public service. And as an academic, he has authored or co-authored 9 books on Caribbean democratic governance and has received numerous awards. His presentation this afternoon is entitled Building Integrity, Commonwealth Caribbean Perspectives. Please welcome Professor Emeritus Trevor Monroe.
His Excellency Ajamu Bailey, Governor of St. Maarten, Prime Minister Silveria Jacobs, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I first of all thank the Integrity Chamber and the President, Kiran, members of staff who are here, for the kind invitation to me to participate in this very, very important symposium on building integrity. When I first received your invitation, my mind retraced several years and several countries and landed once again in St. Maarten. Because I recall vividly that it was in June 2015 that I visited your beautiful country to deliver a keynote address at that time on the invitation of His Excellency's predecessor, Governor then Eugene Holiday. I congratulated him at the time on the subject matter of that symposium, namely governance, value of checks and balances. Major recommendation from that symposium is still on the website of the governance symposiums. And I looked at it again and I said to myself, this is still very much relevant. I quote from the major recommendation of that 2015 governance symposium. Quote, knowledge is power. Simply stated, improved governance requires empowerment of people. Next logical step is action. If I listen to the earlier presentations and my friend Dion, it is clear that this symposium is about conveying information and knowledge so that those who are here and those who are online, the next logical step is action. This is not a talk shop. We don't have time, no interest in that. The next logical step is action to build integrity. At that time in 2015, I congratulated the governor because then, I still think this is so now, St. Maarten was the first Caribbean country in which the head of state was bringing together distinguished leaders from all sectors every year to discuss matters of countrywide significance. You have to be congratulated for that. Setting an example for the rest of the region. Very often, my friend Dion mentioned, I can't think of many territories in which the governor, the prime minister, and so many distinguished leaders would be here taking time out for a symposium on building the nation. Of course, they would come and give an address and then leave. And so I ask you to congratulate yourselves. I also have reason to congratulate you, the leaders of the Integrity Chamber, for convening this symposium open to the public, those present as well as online. I thank you for the additional learning experience, having had the opportunity to spend a few days prior to this conference. And as you see, the bad comes good sometimes, and the bad is that there's only one flight from Jamaica to St. Martin each week on Tuesday. So I had to come in Tuesday. Today is Friday. But in between Tuesday and Friday, I learned so much, and I want to spend a few moments recalling yesterday's visit to the office of the Integrity Chamber, when I had the opportunity to meet with the staff, and I can tell you their dedication and their commitment, inspiration to me, and I want to congratulate them for the work they're doing in building this chamber. I was particularly impressed with the awareness building. President Kiran mentioned it. Multidimensional communication program with the public on the meaning and the significance of integrity, as we have said repeatedly in this symposium, doing the right thing when no one is watching. I took particular note of the range of videos on the website around the theme, let's talk about integrity. Videos which included conversations with distinguished citizens, the President of Parliament and the Minister of Finance and other public officials. And I take time out to mention this because the extraordinary quality of these videos needs to be matched by the extent of viewership. And I was not happy that only a few people were benefiting from what I benefited from, which is to view those particular videos on the website. I viewed with interest over 20 videos around the theme inside government, explaining what goes on in government. Knowledge is power. More of the people of St. Maarten need to visit that website, which explains inside government. Amongst these was a short film explaining the meaning in simple words. A very important issue. Suspected misconduct. I beg you, if you see no other video, look at that one. The example in the video resonated with me, and I'm sure across the Caribbean, if not wider afield. A manager hiring a company in which he has a major interest. Explained fully, carefully on why this is wrong or why it would have a negative impact on the public interest. I urge you, take a look at that. Those who are online and those who are here who may not have looked at it. There's another video which I learned, and you can as well, elaborating the history of the Integrity Chamber. And I will not go into any detail, but there it was pointed out that the establishment of the chamber was not something out of the air. It was a response. And one of the canons of good governance is responsiveness. And this was a response to widespread rumors, corruption, coincided more or less with Dion's visit in 2014, and mine was just after that in 2015. The The chamber was established in response to that public outcry, but also from findings of important reports which you took the time to do. National Integrity System Study, to which Dion referred, was one. There are others done, one by the General Audit Chamber, which pays careful visit. And so each of these reports, again, to those of you listening online and those of you who are here, is a gold mine and good examples of the quality background work that needs to go into institutional innovation, which is what the establishment of the Integrity Chamber is all about. Needless to say, the Integrity Chamber is well aware that in our Caribbean, videos online are necessary, but far from sufficient. People want to see you. They want to face with you. They want to look in your eye. They want to see your response. And therefore, it was very good to see that community meetings, going into the communities, and actually into the departments and agencies were an important complement to the videos. And I would dare to suggest that more of those community meetings are required. Because the Integrity Chamber, unlike the audit, is a young organization and needs to implant its imprint on the minds of the people. And there's no substitute for meeting in the various communities for that to be done. And I commend and congratulate you, President, for putting that very much on the agenda. I shall only commend you to look at that website, but I shall be taking it back to my colleagues in Jamaica, the National Integrity Action, as well as the government counterpart of your Integrity Chamber, which is our Integrity Commission, that there in our country and across the region, your communications strategies and the products on your website need to be replicated. Conversely, as we can learn from you, I wanted to share this afternoon a perspective of our Commonwealth Caribbean, particularly based on the experience of NIA, a civil society organization, and others in the region, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Transparency International and also the Ghana chapter of Transparency International. Let me begin with one important initial observation, very, very important for us. And that is the importance of gathering data. Anecdotes are important, don't get me wrong, but data as to what people are thinking, survey data, is critical in being able to measure and to supplement anecdotal data. In that regard, we benefit from surveys that have been done in Jamaica and other territories in the region, which tell us how aware or unaware are people of our organization. So we're not in a cocoon. We want to know what people are thinking. Beyond that, what are their views regarding integrity, misconduct, levels of corruption in our respective territories? Dion has referred to the summary of that. I regret to say, but I'm happy to base it on data. Our Caribbean people are very concerned at the levels of corruption which they believe exists in government. Let me be concrete. In 2019, Transparency International did a corruption barometer, measuring the perceptions of persons in different territories in Latin America and the Caribbean. And that confirmed widespread concern corruption in government. In Trinidad and Tobago, 85% of the people believe that corruption in government is a big problem. 80% of Bahamians, 78% of Jamaicans, 59% in Grenada, and 53% in Barbados. Majorities. Corruption in government. Additionally, a majority in Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and the Bahamas felt, I beg you listen to this, that government is not doing enough to deal effectively with corruption. Government is not doing enough. And we as civil society organizations, we don't take comfort in that. That is telling us that our advocacy is insufficiently impactful on what government is or is not. Perhaps I should immediately mention that the levels of feeling and concern about corruption in government and government not doing enough was not unique to the Caribbean. The perception index, to which Dion referred, and other corruption barometers in different regions confirm that this is a global issue. We could say that corruption is a continuing global pandemic. We have to find the vaccination. In that context, it has led to international concern with the cost of corruption, not just in fueling distrust, but in dollars and cents. In 2005, the nations of the world agreed, looking at this issue, on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And they identified corruption then as, quote, a threat to stability and security of societies, institutions and values of democracy, sustainable development, and the rule of law, end of quotes. In fact, 10 years later, the United Nations organization, in its sustainable development goals, developed a whole series of sustainable development goals, priorities which had to be achieved if sustainable development to be the consequence for all peoples. And sustainable development goal number 60 could not be more blunt. It states, there is no sustainable development except to substantially reduce corruption and bribery in all its forms. You may think you're developing, but if corruption and bribery is not dealt with, that development isn't sustainable. Sooner or later, you'll find it out. Hence, in each of our Commonwealth Caribbean territories, integrity commissions and anti-corruption bodies, civil society bodies like ourselves, but more importantly for our purposes today, the equivalent of your integrity chamber exists now, 10 or 11 Caribbean states. I am happy to report in that regard, and this is something we watch very carefully, that governments are providing adequate funding, because without funding, without fuel in the tank, the integrity commissions can talk, chat, but they will not be able to engage the level of activity that's required amongst the people. And that is so, I'm happy to say, in Jamaica, the Integrity Commission gets the funding it requests and is able to do the work that it's set out to do. By the way, one interesting aspect of that work mentioned, when the new government came into office in 2020, and I hold no brief for the Prime Minister, he will confirm that, because of my frequent, what I regard as constructive criticisms and what he may regard as otherwise. One of the things that he did is committed to have the entire cabinet go to school. Every minister And what was the course? 10 different 2-hour modules on corruption and integrity. 10 different modules. And I can tell you, putting on my professorial cap, you go online and you look at those modules and you see that they are first class. For those of you who are teachers, and our Prime Minister is a former teacher, know that not every student who sits in class listens, learns, but of course, application is another thing. But learning is the beginning. And that was a very important and commendable step. So much so, these integrity commissions have now formed themselves into an association of Commonwealth, Caribbean integrity commissions and anti-corruption bodies. Meet annually to review the work. I suggested to our integrity chamber leadership that it may well be to mutual benefit if our chamber crossed the historical and geographical, geopolitical lines to establish some kind of relationship with the Association of Commonwealth Caribbean Integrity Commissions and anti-corruption bodies. I'm sure it would be to mutual benefit. They would learn from you, and perhaps you might learn from them as well. And I intend to act on that to the extent that you believe that this would be the cost of corruption. Just to put in your mind one figure that has been put forward by the United Nations. Corruption, bribery, and tax evasion costs 1.26 trillion. Do you know how many notes that is? You're better than me. 1.26 trillion US dollars for developing countries each year. Think what that could do to raising the standard of living, quality of education, the health services that were diverted from the pockets of the corrupt into the public services for the disadvantaged. In Jamaica, in our case, it has been officially estimated that the cost of corruption and organized crime, the two are twin connected, including money laundering and the nepotism to which we have referred earlier on, the cronyism, runs at approximately 100 billion Jamaican dollars, or 5% of the gross domestic product each year. This leads me to share with you factors from our experience on how to combat corruption and build integrity. And in that regard, I say I do not have enough of a knowledge of the details of the situation in St. Maarten, but you will be able to connect what I suggest with your own knowledge of the experience here. Number one, the fundamental importance of law and of ordinances and of the appropriate legal and institutional frameworks. Necessary, but as we shall see, insufficient. There are a number of areas of law that I would like to mention and to stress, where it is of significance to ensure high levels of transparency and accountability. Transparency is an easy word to understand. What it means is shedding light on those dark corners where corruption festers. I want to mention 3 areas of law. Firstly, ensuring that limits and regulations are placed on private funding of political parties and of candidates to ensure as full public disclosure of the source of these funds. Not only law requiring that, but penalties for breach, up to and including, in the case of Jamaica, we fought for many years to get this legislation, deregistration of the political party fails to live up to the obligations of law governing campaign finance and governing money in politics. We're not satisfied that the law is perfect, but we don't want to make the good the enemy of the perfect. We have is good, we need to build on it. We need to be mindful, and at the risk of boring you, I repeat what my friend Dion said. He who pays the piper very often calls the tune. Part of the disillusionment of electorates across the democratic world, voter participation declining, discontent growing. What we need is a strong man. We don't need no more democracy. Part of the discontent is that the democratic institutions don't seem to be uplifting the disadvantaged. After I vote or you vote, somehow small sectors of the society are the ones who are benefiting primarily from policy making and policy implementation. And in fact, I recall that it was in 2014 that Transparency International did a global survey, 113 countries and 107,000 interviews. And in a majority of those countries, the people said, in response to the question, do you think the public power is serving the public interest? And the majority of the people answered, across these countries, public power is serving the private interest of a few. There are very, very few countries. The Nordic ones were the ones in which a majority felt public power was serving the public interest. So one way of dispelling and managing this hyper is for the people to know who he or she is. We are very concerned in Jamaica. Steady voter participation decline over the last 20 to 30 years. We are now, 2020 election had 37% of the electorate turnout. Can you imagine that? So you have a government with 21% support of the electorate and an opposition at 16%. The rest of the people, not that they're apathetic, that's a misnomer in my view, they are rejecting the consequences of the electoral process in terms of the impact on the daily life. So we need to deal with this issue of money in politics, campaign finance. Secondly, not far removed from that, is the issue of the importance of law requiring public officials, in particular parliamentarians and ministers, to file each year, and, as happens in some countries, to publicly disclose annually their income, assets, and liabilities. The man in the street, he sees somebody going to politics. Prior to that, based on humble living, and over a few years, conditions of life seem to be transformed. He wonders why. Well, there shouldn't be any wonderment. If the assets, income, and liabilities are published annually, this would be a disincentive for any, as we say, hanky-panky. But it will also allow the people to see that this man is really honest, he gets his salary, add to his assets in a manner that is not susceptible to that very important crime, illicit enrichment, embodied in our law as a recommendation of the United Nations Convention against Corruption. So that in Jamaica today, again, largely because of the advocacy of civil society, both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition are required by law each year since 2017 to publish Gazette, a summary of their income, assets, and liabilities each year. And our intention is that it should apply to all members. Thirdly, is that issue of such importance in all democracies. Mentioned earlier, the disclosure of who gets which contracts, for how much, to do what, in what time frame, and under what conditions. Absolutely important requirement of transparency. Up until recently, and we are puzzled as to why it has stopped in Jamaica, we used to have quarterly contract awards published on the website. So anybody could see which company is getting how much to deal with the bridge, to extend the hospital, build a school. Again, public money. The people need to know the procurement basis on which public money, nobody's private money, your taxpayers' money and money. How is it going to which entity on what conditions? And in this case, robust and transparent procurement regulations are important for integrity building. And not unrelated to that is the issue of gift giving and gift receiving. Very often, countries have thought of regulation, but there's such pushback that that level is too low. We need only to report this at a much higher level. Or this shouldn't be covered at all. Or integrity bodies, civil society, and government bodies have to insist that rules on the giving and receiving of gifts for public officials need to be developed and need to be agreed to and enforced. Which leads me to my second broad area of concern. And that is, beyond the significance of good law and strong institutions funded well by government, is the critical dimension of strong and equitable enforcement. So many countries, including my own, when you go and look at the legislation, you say, boy, but this is absolute, this is perfect. All of the laws are there that should be there. But then, a gap between what is on paper and what is enforced. In that context, I took a look at your National Integrity System study of Sint Maarten. I also reflected on my National Integrity System study of Turks and Caicos and Jamaica. And what was written by Transparency International in summing up the report, Transparency International Sint Maarten study highlights lack of enforcement of laws in practice. That's Transparency International following on Dion's study. And the first sentence reads, there's a general gap between law and practice in St. Martin's key institutions. 2015. And I'm hoping that in question and answer and time, you can assure me, and assure yourselves more than I, that that gap identified in 2015 has been substantially closed, or indeed no longer exists. In the Commonwealth Caribbean, this is a major concern amongst our people, which is why the survey results of government not doing enough are so substantial. People say, and we agree, there must be one law for the big and for the small. One law for the connected and the powerful, and the same law for the disadvantaged. That's not in too many of our territories. There's credible evidence that white-collar offenders are treated differently in the justice system and by law enforcement from how the man in the street is treated. Too often, when a minister of government, for example, or persons who are connected to high society and to politicians are found doing wrong, resignation from office is the only sanction. Rarely is there an investigation by law enforcement, laying of charges, trial in the courts, and incarceration when the evidence justifies. It happens, but rarely. The last time in Jamaica, and I would find a prize if anybody could tell me the last time that happened in my otherwise wonderful country. The last time charged, tried, prosecuted, convicted with the evidence, and jailed a minister was 1990. We're now in 2023, and perhaps you could say, well, they've been very clean since. Try and convince the Jamaican people of that. So this really is important, because what it does, if there's this disconnect between law enforcement, the rule of law equitably applied, but it's the rule of law and sends a message to the man in the street that there's no justice for the disadvantaged and that the rich and poor get by their way. My third and final point is beyond legislation, beyond strong institutions, beyond law enforcement. Perhaps the most fundamental element of building integrity from our experience in the Commonwealth Caribbean is engagement of the public in the street. In fact, the Global Corruption Barometer 2019, to which I referred earlier, provides us with a critical finding from surveys done in the region. It is this: a majority of citizens believe, and here, that people can make a difference in the fight against corruption. Not just public officials, not just investigators, not just police officers, not just judges, but ordinary people. In Jamaica, 73% believe the man in the street can make a difference. In the Bahamas, 85%. Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, 70%. In Guyana, 82%. Believe that the extent of engaging the people is what makes the difference between failure and success in the building of integrity and the combat of corruption. In their annual conferences, the integrity commissions and anti-corruption bodies of the Commonwealth Caribbean repeatedly recommend this need. I quote from one such recommendation most recently: to intensify public education and citizen engagement and initiatives in the fight against corruption. End of quote. Please understand, no matter how good our integrity chambers and integrity commissions are, no matter how perfect the advice that we give, no matter how on point the recommendations that we make, the decision makers don't listen. Your only recourse is that the people themselves take as their own your recommendation, your advice, your proposals, and by taking it as their own and not just coming from Jamaica's Integrity Commission, the policymakers better listen, because then the price to be paid is not just defying the advice of a few well-meaning academics, higher people. What they're doing is defying the advice of those who take ownership, namely the man in the street. though the extent to which the public knows of our organization, supports the advice and advocacy that we propose, adopts our recommendations as their own, is the extent to which Parliament and ministers are incentivized to comply. Public engagement and public involvement has many dimensions. One of them mentioned by Leon, which we in Jamaica pioneered, the integrity clubs in schools. We train the teachers, they put them through, and the youngsters themselves learn the difference between right and wrong and apply it in their daily lives with one another in the educational institution. More broadly, in schools, the teaching and learning of civics, of good citizenship, of identifying and disapproving of irregular behavior and misconduct in governance, part of what we should be doing. Interestingly, this imperative aligns completely with one of the central recommendations of the Governor's 2015 Symposium here in St. Maarten. And here I quote, develop and institute as part of the regular curriculum civic education from primary school through secondary school. The recommendation in 2015. I asked us to consider 8 years later, to what extent has that been done? At the institutional level, it involves integrity commissions such as your chamber, not only developing robust programs of public education, but as well seeking to engage citizens in providing information concerning wrongdoing. This latter involves continuing education as to what is appropriately regarded as misconduct. People have to know what is misconduct because they may either see conduct and think it's okay, or see conduct that they believe to be wrong, but it's all right. This sometimes involves achieving a delicate balance in observing rules of privacy and protocols to safeguard reputational damage of individuals on the one hand, and on the other, disclosing to the public when a matter is being investigated so that they may come forward with relevant information to support or dispel charges of misconduct. Related to this, of course, a very important general issue of encouraging and protecting whistleblowers. That is those who observe wrong. In coming forward, they should be assured that they will not be victimized or punished in any way. Again, we have a law passed in 2011, the Protected Disclosures Act. What Jamaica best kept secret. There's no public education that this exists, and therefore people remain afraid because they fear backlash, pushback, if they come forward and say what they see as wrong. In fact, we go further. We say not only protected, but as is the case in so many countries, particularly the United States, there's financial incentive. You get a proportion of that which is the public saves in terms of your reward forward. In the UN Convention Against Corruption, as well as in hemispheric agreements, this matter of protecting whistleblowers is given significant priority. And beyond protection, a number of states are given incentives to come forward to report. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I share these perspectives with you, not so much just to encourage a wholesale adoption by the Sint Maarten integrity framework or integrity chain, nor their mechanical application to circumstances of this particular country or anyone. I do so that, as it were, you may pick, choose, and refuse. You may customize to your particular circumstances, even as I, in observing the impressive work of your integrity chamber, will take back with me experiences and activities in which you have been engaged to customize the application in the situation prevailing in Jamaica and more wider afield in the Commonwealth Caribbean. One conclusion, however, applies to us all. We must develop systems to objectively evaluate our work so that we don't think we are doing better than we are. We don't think we're doing worse than we are. Objective evaluation of work to assess how far the public knows of us and supports what we do. For in democracy, they are the ultimate boss. As many dictators ultimately find out, those who want to turn democracies into executive authoritarian states, ultimately the public will say no, it not work. In that regard, I turn again to recommendation number 5 of the 2015 symposium, as important now as it was then. And here I quote: develop a measurement system understandable to the average citizen, particularly in relation to the cost of corruption, how the malfunction of the system is affecting the man in the street. Quotes. Let me close with a quotation. Transformational in its day, and even more so now. But a quotation that should inspire us in civil society and in governmental organizations such as yours engaged in building integrity. Encourage us to very often swim against the tide in excessively materialistic and individualistic morality of today. It's a quotation from one known to you, a name familiar in almost every country globally. The quotation is from Robert Nesta Marley. Here I quote: the greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. End of quotes. May this symposium encourage our efforts to instill that measure of greatness into the citizens whom we seek to serve, because I'm confident that we will go from this symposium, knowledge is power, and power will turn to action. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Professor Monroe. Folks, let's thank the professor again for that wealth of knowledge and information he's provided us with. I believe we're all truly, it's been a privilege for all of us to be here this afternoon and hear from all the speakers as they share their knowledge and experience with us on integrity and corruption. At this time, I'd like for you to please give all our presenters, Madam Prime Minister, the Honorable, the President of the Integrity Chamber of St. Maarten, Mr. Abdul, and Professor Monroe. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you again. Now, I'm sure you got a lot of information, and there's some of you that may have questions. You may want to hear a little bit more. We would want to delve into some of the topics that they discussed, or some of the points that they brought across. And that's going to come up next. But we're going to first take a 15-minute break. 15 minutes, 1-5. And we'll ask you after 15 minutes to please come back and join us and participate in the panel discussion. 15 minutes. We'll be right back. as well as a master's degree in education with a concentration in leadership. She has a very successful career in the hospitality industry. She's been in management position for the past 9 years, and she's also had about 13 years in banking. She's a part-time lecturer at the University of Sint Maarten, and we'd like you at this time to please welcome the moderator who will conduct the panel discussion, Miss Edna Evans.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tobias, for your introduction, and welcome everyone back to the interactive part of this session. I would like to, at this point, invite you to come a little closer, if you may, and I would also like to go through a little bit of our housekeeping. We have 2 mics that are located on both sides of the center seating area. You are free to utilize them. And we also have a roving microphone for those of you who may have challenges with mobility. We ask you to keep the questions brief and also your comments. And we also ask you to be very mindful of the topic, and let's do our very best to stay on topic. Without any further ado, because time is ticking away, and I'm quite sure with such an informative session today that you have several questions. I would like to invite the panelists to come up, starting with Mr. Boseman. Mr. Boseman has been a member of the Integrity Chamber since January of 2019 and has held several positions in government, including Minister of Justice, Prime Minister, Minister of Health Care, Social Development and Labor, and also Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Telecommunication, and Transportation, to name a few. A man with a wealth of information and a mentor, Mr. Boseman. Thank you very much. You can have a seat over here. Yes, thank you so much. And our next panelist is Mr. Dion Abdul. Mr. Dion Abdul is a board member of Transparency International and the immediate past chair of the Trinidad and Tobago Transparency Institute. He is also an attorney at law. Welcome, Mr. Abdul. I would also like to invite, I'm sorry, please have a seat. I would also like to invite Professor Trevor Monroe. Professor Monroe is the director of the National Integrity Action in Jamaica, and he is also a member of the International Council of Transparency International, one of the only 3 globally and the only one in the Caribbean. Welcome, Professor Monroe. And Mr. Lauder. Mr. Lauder was appointed as a member of the Integrity Chamber of St. Maarten in January 2019, and he has extensive experience in dealing with integrity within large and complex organizations, all derived from his 4 commands and 2 director functions during his military career. Thank you for your service and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, your panelists for today. Let the questions begin. For those online, we'd also like to invite you to pose your questions, and we welcome everyone, and we are excited to begin. Now, one of the questions, one of the presenters, the good minister, Prime Minister mentioned harvesting technology and being mindful of the risks involved. And I also believe that we also discussed the importance of incorporating our young people and having them be a part of the learning processes of integrity. Considering the now artificial intelligence of ChatGPT and the challenges that we've had with information, sometimes that information not being accurate. How do we encourage our young people to not just be transparent, but also to be mindful of these challenges as they go through their educational career and also their professional career. And this is an open question to any one of the panelists.
Okay, good question and very important one, especially the idea of the youth. And what I can say is how in the Integrity Chamber, how we have done it. You have heard the explanation given with the different awareness campaigns that we have organized. And it started by us um, hiring, engaging a young professional as our communication officer, someone who is not only trained in the art of communicating, but also in the technology, the new technology exists. And in all of those videos and meet and greets, etc., that we have had, we have done surveys to gauge the results that it had on the participants. And that awareness campaign is going to continue. And in that program that has to follow, the engagement of the youngsters in school is very high on the program. So in the planning, that is one of the steps that would be done, and the different forms of technology, the different social media, the regular media would be used as part of that. And in order to do that, we naturally had to have on staff someone who understands what the young people uh, uh, use and how to use it themselves. And that is what we have in place right now in order to do that process.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Just add briefly from our experience in Jamaica with the Integrity Club. As you know, there was a considerable period when face-to-face teaching was suspended because of COVID. This presented what many would regard as a golden opportunity for the students to cheat, no longer having a teacher in front of them and able to, as it were, manufacture answers to questions without having the appropriate safeguards. One of our integrity clubs in one of the rural schools, they on their own, with the guidance of the teacher, developed a video aimed at their colleagues who would have been learning virtually at home. And the video was simply them discussing with one another why it was so important not to use the opportunity of absence from school, from being supervised by the teacher to cheat. And what this showed and reaffirmed in so many of us is that large sections of the young people do know the difference between right and wrong. And what they need to be encouraged to do is to use the mediums, the media that they're most familiar with, whether it's TikTok or the others that I know so little about, to, to present the message to their colleagues. And I'd certainly want to share that video with our integrity chamber here to get a sense of what those youngsters did on their own, to the pleasant surprise of our Minister of Education, who then replicated, kind of used this as an example that other young people could be doing in different schools. So yes, we could encourage them to make sure that the revolution in artificial intelligence is not utilized in a manner that promotes wrong and cheats.
Thank you very much.
I think I would dissect that question perhaps to I think Professor gave the answer to this part. That is, pertains to the value system of the two at the very beginning. AI, cyber, whatever is on the table, they need to come to the table, and we need to retool them with tools that they can take with them to school or to any environment and do their school or interact with each other properly within a framework of what's right and what's wrong. Integrity clubs and integrity schools go a long way towards ensuring that is the case. But I think the uncharted frontier really is AI. And how do we deal with that? So one day a few weeks ago, I was at my seat and I saw something came in today from Chat GPT. And it said, who's sending me this thing? And they wanted to know if I would join them. So I started to look into this. If you want to write a letter, you want to write your resume, all you need to tell ChatGPT what you want done, and it does. And produces an outcome that you could not have imagined. That is uncharted because there are no protocols at this time that determine what that particular engineering solution, I would call it, electronic solution, is it, whether it follows a paradigm of right and wrong. So even as we speak right now in Europe and some parts of the US, society and others are challenging the governments to do something. And we need to get to the right. Because just like YouTube, TikTok, and the rest, if our kids get into AI and ChatGPT, I think they will go beyond the next frontier. If we take them places they have never gone before, we will have no control. So it is incumbent on us at this point where this particular frontier is now being discovered to get involved. I think all of us get involved, learn what we can about AI, ChatGPT, and the other systems, as well as contribute if we can or request that some form of be developed to ensure that what these systems are putting out can be managed, can be controlled. Otherwise, we'll get totally out of our control.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have a question.
Okay. Good afternoon, first of all, and I just want to say I enjoyed all of the presentations. So I had a question. I want to say, first of all, though, as a former teacher, that I really love the idea of the integrity clubs, and I hope that something like that could be done for St. Martin. But I did have a question about how the social or lack of social/living wages impacts ideas around community engagement, around integrity, anti-corruption, and other priority areas on St. Martin, and what, if any, advice the panelists would give to government of St. Martin to remedy this. So those are my two questions.
Thank you very much. Sorry, can you just repeat it?
Sure, thank you. So my question was, how does the matter of low or lack of social/living wages impact issues around integrity and anti-corruption, and also other priority areas where community engagement is necessary on St. Martin? So, and also what advice the panelists would give to government of St. Martin to engage community or persons in those categories so that they also can be a part of decision-making in this area.
Thank you. I want to take on that. Seems like that was a very thought-provoking question. Thank you.
I don't know. Yeah, it's me. It's a difficult question. I always learned that there are only good questions and the bad questions, but this is a very difficult question. because it has a part of a political sense on it, and we're not going to comment on any political parts of it. But you're absolutely right. If you want to engage the whole of the society, you have to make sure that they can engage. And that means that if you are governing your country, the whole part of governance must make sure that all those institutions and all the requirements are in place to make sure that you can engage with your whole society. And if you feel that there's something lacking, and I don't know, I'm not into that area, one of the things is to start a discussion. Then you go to other institutions, and you can also come to us on the meet and greets or productive meet and greets, because we think it's very important that, as all the speakers said, and also the Prime Minister said, it's not just the institutions. That's one part of being an integral, building a nation with integrity. It's the whole of the society, all of the community must be involved in it. And if you leave someone out because there's no money or whatever, then you're missing a very big and important part of your community. So I think you have a very good point. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer for you, other than make sure that you're being heard, and we will help wherever we can.
Thank you very much.
Let me offer thoughts here. Issue of integrity, how we interventions that passionate, both from the community level and the decision-making level, is an interesting one. So the question I think that was asked dealt really with how those at the upper level really contact, have their outreach to the community level, the persons who earn lower wages, if I understand that. So let me just suggest, sometimes the action has to start from bottom up. And one of the things that Professor and I are keen on, because we have experienced it. And I speak about, for example, town hall meetings. I speak, for example, which we mentioned, establishing, supporting civil society organizations. Become a part of it. Start one. Make your voice in an orderly, structured, organized fashion. The law provides for the establishment of civil society. And if you can provide that forum from the bottom up in the communities, then I think you will have the ears of the decision maker. We've had the experience, for example, where legislation is about to be passed. And because we were able to galvanize action within civil society, in one instance, I think 30 odd organizations we were able to pull together quickly, and I'm sure Professor has examples in areas. To galvanize action, and we were able to stop that piece of legislation with the effect over a weekend. It can happen. You can make it happen. On the other side of it, those guys and girls up there who are making those, you have elected them. We have elected them. And we need to let them know in a proper way that they are accountable to us and not just at election time. They can only take cognizance of your needs, whether it's low wages, the price of gas, or the infrastructure, if you hold them to what they promised you during the election time. How do you do that? How do you do that? When he comes around each election period, or she, to get your vote, there must be a social contract. There must be a social contract. He's promised you this for your vote. You vote him in, and he's expected to deliver. You need to find mechanisms to hold him accountable. One way is civil society. One way. The other way I mentioned, town hall meetings, which you can request of them. Or you can provide a forum for it. So our transparency in Trinidad, for example, and in Jamaica, we have been able to have our own town hall meetings in various towns. Some of them the low wages area, some of them the high wages area. But at the same time, we are able to get people to vote and give voice to their concerns, what bothers them, what troubles them in their communities in relation to governance. And I'll give you my own experience. When we have had town hall meetings, I share the platform with other civil society organizations. So here's someone speaking about governance issues, and there is someone speaking about domestic violence, for example, all on one platform, but it's a shared platform because it's a civil society platform. And in that way, we have been able to get the decision makers to listen. There is power in collective action like that. When civil society actors and players come together, you can make it happen. The power is in your hands. So I just leave it at
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your insightful responses. During your presentation, Mr. Abdul, you mentioned the Caribbean currency of trust, COT. And it resonated that we have to build a culture of trust. And then you also spoke about just now the electoral and building that participation. How can government build that trust within the community so that they will be empowered to voice their opinions, their concerns, without feeling that they would get into trouble for doing so?
my colleague on the right is laughing because the answer or one of the solutions lies in this, right? You as the community action person, community oriented, or someone who just wants to have done for the community, needs to have that forum to speak. You need to have some power, some form of influence to get that is listened to, right? And I don't know of many persons who will give you power easily, power to call them to account easily. You do it at election. So let's park that for one moment. In terms of the Caribbean currency of trust, this has been a vision of mine, and I think of all of us to think about it. Because the value system that speaks to what is trust is embedded in all of our societies. It's embedded in all of our societies. That's why I can say so easily what my grandmother may have told me, my mom may have told me. You will have had the same experience. Our systems of growing up, not systems of governance, systems of growing up are by and large the same in terms of value systems we have. If we can find form and structure to have those value systems embedded in the institutions that we have already existing to start with, that's a good starting place. The trust in, that I spoke of in Denmark, it wasn't built in one day. It was built over a period of time, but it was built by a culture or with a culture by people who knew that they wanted one day to have this particular system and process in place that we rely on. We need to aspire to that. We need to have a public institution, no, and those persons who are responsible for the governance of that institution know that this particular institution needs to run by the systems and processes, the governance model, the business model that has been detailed to them. That they can rely on it, you can rely on your social contract for putting them there to get this institution in place. And people with the right people ensure that they can run properly. So this currency of trust, to remind us By that I mean the value system that we have embedded in our communities, in our families, need somehow to have that embedded in the institutions. I'm not talking about the ethical governance principles. Here I'm talking about ad nauseam. But the basic things, you pay for a service, you should receive within a decent time, a reasonable time. You go to an institution, you should be attended to. Simple things like that. You work for money, you are taxed. When you're retired, you can rely on an institution to provide you with your benefits within a very reasonable time. Those are simple things. But we need to ensure that those who are holding the reins of power are aware that they are simple things and that it should be done. It should be done, it has to be done, and hold them accountable. This morning I was remarking, there's a German philosopher that I used to like to read, Immanuel Kant. And he said, I hope I remember correctly for this. So simply, he said, the manifesto is a stick that you, the electorate, can use to beat the politicians. In his manifesto are all the promises he made to you, and that you should hold him to. All right? Okay.
The question also relates to how, not only what is to be done. And part of the challenge throughout the Caribbean is that promises are made and promises are broken, not just by the politicians, but by folks in authority. So there develops a trust deficit between leadership and those who they are supposed to lead. And the challenge that we face is to find the mechanisms that can insist that this promise making and promise breaking has got to stop. Hitherto, one of the mechanisms simply to withdraw is not having an impact. Simply to say, I'm not going to vote because each side has a manifesto, and I've tried each side in office, and neither of them keep up to what they promise. So we have to use, number one, the media is a very, very powerful tool throughout our region. Many of our territories have a freedom of the press, which ranks in the top 10 globally, ahead of the United States, ahead of the United Kingdom, ahead of Germany. The freedom of the press in Jamaica and St. Vincent and many of the other territories are in the top 10% globally. So our people need to make far more use of the media. In our case in Jamaica, we have 24/7 talk shows. So you call in, you say what promise was made, unbroken, and you insist that this exposure will have an impact. Similarly, social media is a very, very increasingly powerful tool that's being used by the Jamaican experience. Thirdly, we now have a mechanism which is institutionalized, a petition mechanism, where in the last 7 or so years, the Office of the Prime Minister has an online petition mechanism so that any citizen can start a petition to demand what he or she would wish, either in terms of a promise made that's not been fulfilled, and if a certain number of signatures are acquired, then the Prime Minister and the government is obliged to respond. It's a pretty high hurdle. If you get 15,000 signatures, a country with 3 million people, it's a high hurdle. I recall that in one case, which had to do with an environmental issue, mining, 36,000 Jamaicans signed a petition. The government was compelled to respond in modifying the proposal that had been made hitherto in relation to facilitating mining in a particular no mining area. So the media, the town hall meetings, the petition mechanism, and of course your community organizations. You have youth clubs, citizens associations, these need to be activated so that in between elections, you're able to call your representative and insist on what you think ought to be done. But it does require citizen activism. No one is going to do it for you because trust is very low because commitments have been made, commitments broken. And once that trust is eroded or broken, it's very hard to rebuild. That applies in all kinds of relationships, interpersonal relationships, of course. When you betray a trust, it can destroy overnight. It can't be built back overnight.
Uh, just to add something to that, I believe that in small communities, there's another element to that trust system. The way the parliamentary democracy is supposed to work is where people would, based on certain promises, certain expectations, they would elect their leaders, their representatives. And if and they put a certain trust in that it would happen over the period of time that they would serve in office. If that doesn't happen, then we indeed speak about the trust deficit. The problem is in the smaller countries is that there are no consequences for that trust deficit. The criteria that is used to elect leaders, not so much based on ideology or even the promises made. It is based on family relations. It's friends. Um, uh, there are members in families that haven't had good relations for a long time, but one brother goes on a list of a political party, and it is the expectation. It's my brother on that list, and I have to vote for him. I don't have to believe in anything that he's going to do or what he's saying, but I would vote for him. And when he does not perform, I would say, you see, I know he won't do anything that he said that he would do, because that's the type of person he is. But if he runs again, I'm still going to vote for him because he's my brother. And if you look at the manifestos, and I can talk general about Sint Maarten, um, it's very difficult to look at all of the different manifestos and identify certain ideologies, different ideologies that exist. They're all promising the same thing. They're all not even in sensitive issues, for instance, as religion or whatever, they're all religious. Everything is basically the same. It has to do with how popular is the person on the slate. And political parties, and I know earlier a leader of some of the political folks who are here, in recruiting the people that you put on the list, who later on would become those leaders if elected, that is a criteria that should be looked at. It should be, they should not select people because they had big families and would get the votes, but after all, you need the votes to win. But that I wanted to add to what is said here, because that is a big problem. And that's why we have to go to the electorate. That is why the electorate would have to, how you say, be properly informed. Yes, you can vote for this person based on the promises, based on the expectations. But if they disappoint you, if the trust, they betray that trust that you put, then you should not put them back, because then we continue in the system. And I think in smaller countries, that is one of the also a very difficult problem that you have to deal with, where in that trust relationship.
Okay, thank you very, very much. We have a question from the audience.
Yes, good afternoon. I think Mr. Bosman hit the nail on the head in terms of our reality and the reality of smaller communities and how you deal with it. So the statement, his comments, I would really like to get some suggestions suggestions as to how to deal with it, because it is a practical problem in small communities. We can have talk shows, and we are so small, people can know by the person's voice who it is. And, you know, and if you want and expect folks to be able to say something and they're going to feel exposed, you know, that is becomes a little bit difficult and challenging. And then the change takes much longer. So, you know, in small community, we really need to think about how we will overcome those problems, because these are real problems. And it's an incentive for both sides. Not me specifically, but one party wants something from, let's say, government, a procurement contract. I vote and I support them, and then, you know, I'm almost expecting to receive the contract. And I think the politician wants to win, wants to be in. And in turn, they might feel obligated that they should, or they have to give them the job. Otherwise, next time they're not going to be in. These are real concrete realities. And I know that for decisions, it must be a very hard dilemma for them as well. So some concrete suggestions as to how to go up with some of those things. But also, Mr. Abdul mentioned some very interesting things about, and I'm glad he mentioned it, because we many times only think about integrity on the public side. And you mentioned that it should also be done in the private sector side. And beyond just the things of parties on the private sector side, giving the bribes, asking for things and doing good things, what else are you, when you say private, on the private sector side as well, can you give some examples of what you think are some examples that should no longer be done? Because, for example, with public funds, when it's public funds, we know there are procedures of procurement that we have to follow. Is that expected that it should be done the same way in the private sector? Because from their perspective, this is my money, this is my business, I took the risk. Who is you to come tell me how to run my affairs? You know, so maybe some elucidation so that, you know, we get real concrete answers to, on the private sector side, what does that mean in your view? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
I think there are quite a few questions in that. So I'll take the last piece. I'll leave the first, Trevor. So in terms of the private sector, let us understand something. In terms of the relationship of private sector and public sector, that hasn't really been explored as much as we would like, particularly in our jurisdictions. So if we look at the CPI, for example, the Corruption Perceptions Index, that looks at public sector, no private, right? So the initiative I mentioned there to you, that is BICA, Business Integrity Country Center. It was really an eye-opener for me. It allowed us to get into, in the Caribbean, the space of corporate, private sector, inside their boardrooms to understand what they do, how they make decisions, particularly with respect to matters of integrity, conflict of interest, tenure, and those things, right? We found it useful as we explored, and I found it useful in particular as we explored this particular convention, the BICA. First of all, not quite many private sector, or to say corporates, were willing to talk to us about integrity. Surprise, surprise. But we found some of the larger ones were more interested in some of the medium and small ones. And as we opened it up, because we approached the private sector, the corporates, through the chambers, Chamber of Commerce and stuff, the American Chamber of Commerce, the local chambers of commerce, and so on, the Rotary Club even. We found as we spread the message of transparency and integrity that more people were willing to listen than when we initially started. The learning from that was that the larger companies, because they were already in the practice of, let's say, doing audited financial statements annually, preparing the annual report, um, they have to demonstrate as part of their management letters, internal controls, and so they were more easily able to demonstrate that they were following some form at least of best practice. A lot of the smaller ones, small and medium ones, were not able to demonstrate that easily. Uh, so they would not be able to tell us, for example, if they want to tender for a government contract, what is the process you would follow? Do you have a tender policy in your organization? No. So what we found was in those discussions, we were able to help them. For example, I developed a one-pager tender process. It could be used by a small company. And to have as demonstration, as evidence that they were willing to do best practice. One of the things that worked in favor of going along that path, encouraging private sector to talk to us about best practices, is that just like in Sint Maarten, I guess, when you speak with them, they tell you it's just a few businesses getting all contract. I can't get it. So we wanted to help them to get on that track, to get their business in order so that they can compete for contracts as well once there is published criteria. So you need to help your small businesses, in particular your medium businesses, medium-sized businesses, to have those or aspire towards those best practices. The benefit of it is suddenly they become or they make themselves available, have the opportunity to tender for contracts in places they never had before. It becomes a little more open, clean field. So that's the tangible aspect of the private sector intervention. For us as civil society as well, it helped us. It helped us in a lot of ways because it opened doors to private sector opportunities that we didn't know that we could have had. So when I speak about developing civil society, sometimes it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 people coming together to form a group. Where do you get funding to run that organization? Partnership with private sector is one of those. And helping them develop their own best practice. Providing them with the expertise, the resources, and so on. So that's one tangible way. So I can tell you that work for us. That's not the private sectors that we worked with, we interacted with, and I think helped them in the end as well.
Another incentive in that regard is to build the demand of the people in the communities for quality service. And quality services, particularly in the public provision of road rehabilitation, water supplies, bridge building, etc., best comes from competitive tender. Where there is provision for limited tender or sole sourcing, it has to be demonstrated that this is the best. And what we have found is that because when cronyism and nepotism operate, private sector company which gets the contract or the permit is invariably not the best in providing the quality service. Excuse me. For example, we have so many instances when the road potholed, it needs to be patched or more substantially rehabilitated. The entity, private sector entity, that gets the contract to patch or rehabilitate is a friend of the minister or the parliamentarian, may have given contributions to the political campaign. This is payback. When the road is patched, and this is real life, patched by inexperienced and insufficiently competent contractors. The first shower of rain comes, washes away, patch, the same guy comes back, does the same thing again. Third time, Jamaican people are in the road blocking that contractor from doing the job. The government then has to respond by finding a different methodology than the one which wastes the public money, breaches the procurement guidelines, and ends up with those who should be served being victimized by inadequate contracting. And so the demand side from the public and the people, which is what we mean by engaging the people, constantly showing that it's not just a moral issue. It's not just right that the person who gets the job should be the best to do it. It's also impactful if it does not happen. And the impact is on the provision of the services below the expectation and below what is possible.
Look, one of the things that Jamaica has, and that we in Trinidad and Tobago have only just got after many, many years in the vineyards, is procurement legislation. And one of the benefits of that is that contractors have to register in a central depository with this, we call them the Office of the Procurement Regulator, services that they can provide, specific categories, and then the entities, the state agencies and so on, who the OPR has jurisdiction over, that entity can only enter into contracts with those companies, those contractors who are registered with the regulator. So it's no longer a free fall in that sense. And if you have to go to sole select or selective, all tendering processes provide for extenuating circumstances. They all do. But it's more robust, more rigid when you have a central regulator with entities. So it's something we have pushed for many years. Jamaica's had it a few years before. But I'm just suggesting as well in the rest of our Caribbean countries where we do have it, we should get that in place.
I just want to get something from practice. Apart from commanding ships, and one of the things we had on the wall of our wardroom was that when going to war, never forget your ship was being built by the lowest bidder. Later on, I became director of investment for the military, and I thought, I have to remember that quote. So what we did is when we spend government money, we don't look at the lowest bidder. There's a whole list of things on the tender where you have to apply. One of the things we also looked at is when we had this discussion because we want to change things, is the integrity. And we said, we have to make rules as the government, not on how we have to deal with the public sector where we place our orders, but also how we want them to perform, not just with us, but also how they are perceived by the public in general for other orders they're doing, and not just with us. So one of the things we always asked it as well in the initial tenders was, okay, tell us about how you did this kind of order, how you did that one. So we have a better understanding of the way they used to operate, which builds the trust for us that they're going to do the way we think they're going to do it, but also it forces companies to think about the way they operate, the way they offer their tenders, not just when they're doing it with us, but also with other companies or with civilian institutions. I'm not saying it is the solution, but it's something that helps.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very insightful. We have a question from the audience.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for your patience.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot what I wanted to say. But it is so interesting. I would like to attempt to interconnect a few positions that were taken today. I remember somebody said that incoming ministers, a training was given on integrity, and we all applauded, which I think is a tremendous good initiative. The lady there spoke about access. How do you attain access to basically all levels with integrity message and your training? The Weaver also touched on um, spreading out to the private sector. What I'm missing is that often there's talk about corruption in government is associated and linked to that top layer, the ministers. And there comes the focus as well that they're the ones who need the integrity training. What I have missed is that the power of the civil service corps is not underscored because that is a segment where integrity training also has to occur because a minister does really not have that much power while in office. Because if persons who make the advices sit on the advices, nothing is going to happen. So in interconnecting everything, we're training the ministers on integrity. We're reaching out to private sector. Town hall settings are, I think, perfect because there is no threshold for participation. How do we address a civil service corps that is not getting the training? And I think that is something that is very crucial to address, in my humble opinion.
Not
I
just
should
in
have
your
pointed
humble
out, if I
opinion.
may, that the integrity training to which I referred in respect of the cabinet in Jamaica following on the 2020 election has also been carried through the various departments and agencies for the civil servants as well. So it hasn't only been confined to the political directorate, but also to the higher levels of the public service, who, as you point out, are extremely important in what gets done, what doesn't get done, whether it's done honestly or dishonestly, whether there's conduct that's appropriate or misconduct. So certainly that is a very important aspect, the training, and not just the training, of course, but the oversight to monitor the extent to which what is being trained is actually implemented and carried out over a period of time.
I think you hit the nail on the top, because one of the things we're doing with our information sessions is that we don't just talk to the minister, we talk to the department. We talk to, basically, if it's possible, all levels of department. We give them, okay, this is what we do, this is what integrity means for you. If we do the quick scans, we have maybe one interview with the minister, but the rest is all with all people working in that department to make sure that on all the levels we know what's going on. We try to give them the information that these things should be in place, these procedures should be there. That we help them to make sure, like absolutely correctly said, because a minister can be gone in a year. The civil servant is probably there for 50 or more years. And if you educate them and make sure that there are the correct procedures in place and they're monitored, those correct procedures, that's a very important part, like you said as well. Not just having them on paper, they should be used and they should be monitored, they're used correctly. If you get that in place, then you can start changing things.
I would like to add to that too. In most situations, when you want change, you always have the discussion whether it should be bottom up or top down or whatever. This is one situation that I still feel should be top down. And why is that? Because the how you say, whether the ministers, let's say the managers of the entity, they are the ones who have the authority to set the rules. During the sessions, we spoke many times about code of conduct. We want to hold people accountable for their behavior. We should tell them how we want them to behave. So it is not the civil servant on the lower level who can set code of conduct. They can push and say we want one, but it is the responsibility of the management level to come with a code of conduct. That is one. And the process, I think we all would agree, is very easy. Is you set the rules, you adhere to the rules, there are checks and balances to make sure that everybody adheres to the rules, and if you don't, there should be consequences. Now, that's where the problem lies, in that chain. So again, from the top, you would have a lower manager who would detect something, for instance, on their department and want to do something about it, but the rule does not give them the authority to do so. There's very little authority that in government department heads or SGs have, for instance, to take measures. They can report it again up, higher up, and following certain procedures, the measures would have to be taken again by the top. And if that doesn't happen, then it frustrates the whole organization. So I think I look at the OECD's recommendation that were made on integrity in public service. And one of the requirements is the buy-in, so the responsibility, taking responsibility. And it should be where at the top, at the ministers, we are very encouraged, for instance, as was said earlier, the prime minister would be here, the governor would be here. They are showing that the event and the topic of integrity is very important for them. Um, Throughout the organization, that needs to happen. That needs to be shown that from the top up, that lack of integrity or not abiding by the rules or not behaving as you should will not be tolerated. As long as that doesn't happen, then you have a free for all in that area there. So um, educational process. It's not going to happen from one day to the other. So yes, there should be training, there should be information sessions, and that is why the uh, Integrity Chamber is doing that. But it needs a buy-in from all parties and especially from management within the organization.
Let me try and offer perhaps a parallel. If we were running a company uh, and we were looking to appoint directors, in some jurisdictions, you have to be certified as a director before you work for that company's board of directors, right? Become a minister, I don't know there is any specific or particular qualification. No? No? So, yeah, we are taking someone who may, it was a rhetorical question, don't worry. Yeah, we are taking someone who may be a lawyer, a professor, an admiral. I've learned Hans is an admiral today, prime minister. Or he could have been a taxi driver. And you're taking him off the street and you're putting him behind a desk in charge of power, resources, millions of dollars, millions of guilders, right? That's millions of it, right? And he comes to this table, and then what is there to tell him? I can't award my brother a contract. He must be crazy, man. He walked with me every step of the way since I was a boy, right? That is why it's important to train those persons who aspire to and who pick up public life as members of parliament, even in the Senate and so on. They are the ones who must set the tone from the top. Aligned to that, civil servants are career. So an elected person or an appointed person in the Senate by us in a bicameral system is there for a period of time, 5 years in our jurisdiction, 4 years. Correct. and he or she may not be there for the next 3, 4, 5 years, maybe. But the career public servant is there for their career. The career civil servant is there for their career. And in our jurisdiction, we have what we call a permanent secretary in each ministry. And in every ministry, Trevor is yours as well, right? Yeah. In every ministry, that permanent secretary, and forget the word secretary or secretary, whichever way you pronounce it. It could be a male or female, right? Oh, that's just a joke, right? Okay. That person is the accountable officer in the ministry. They are the ones who are expected to direct, to guide, to advise in the ministry and the minister how the funds in his budget, in his code. He may choose not to accept the advice, but he would be well advised to accept that, right? I just wanted to emphasize the point that it's important to train those who come in for a period of time as importantly as those who are there for the career, because the career officers need to understand what their role and responsibility is as well. But more importantly, those guys and girls who come in for a short period of time and want to tell us how to spend money that they've never seen perhaps, or manage people that they have never managed in their life. We've had it. I've had it where I am. Trevor's had it. We've all had it in our jurisdictions. It's important that we understand that people who aspire to these positions, just like directors of a board, if you want to run a company, you should outfit yourself. I have made the recommendation, and I give the example because it's fresh in my head. I've made the recommendation that members of parliament should receive training, just as they do in Jamaica. I didn't know you were doing that. But from my governance background, they should receive training. You're in charge of people, resources, facilities. You need to know what your fiduciary responsibility is, what your responsibility is, and what you can be held accountable for as a minister. And you know what? The career public servants that I have met, the accountable officers that I have met, they know their role and responsibility. They know what is the limit of it. And they know what they should tell you. So we should educate them, we should train them, we should inform them, yes, but it's also, I think, more for the guy and the girl.
Thank you very much. And as you know, with panel discussions, when they really start to get interesting and we have more people coming up, we have somebody online, but we're going to take one more. It's when we're coming down to the end. So thank you for your patience, and please go ahead and post your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting discussion, but I like to bring forward another topic, which is in my opinion, very close related to different integrity issues and corruption issues, and that's the topic of having debts on an individual level, people, civil servants, or other working people who are having quite a lot of loans and who have a very hard time to get all those loans paid. And it makes them, in my opinion, and I'm working already quite a few years in the field of integrity and anti-corruption on the different islands of the Dutch Caribbean. And in my opinion, there's quite a big group with those kind of problems, and it makes them vulnerable for integrity issues and bribery, and necessary to have different kind of side jobs, which are sometimes conflicting with their role of civil servant or another role, conflicting in time or conflicting in other ways. And I'm very curious if you recognize this topic in Trinidad and Jamaica, and if you probably can advise on this topic. I'm speaking about loans with very high interest, and there's also in this topic, I believe, a connection between the public sector and the private sector. And sometimes I think, well, instead of putting my energy in making people more aware of integrity topics, maybe I have to put my energy in speaking with the bank about, or with other credit institutions about lower interest rates and other less commercials to attract and to bring all those people in problems.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to tackle
I just,
that? Thank
it's
you.
interesting that you asked that. As we speak here, there's a member of the Jamaican Parliament who has a resolution on the order paper, has had it for 2 or 3 years. Many of you charge usurious interest rates, and in his opinion, based on the resolution, are exploiting the vulnerability of the public to have that debate and to propose that the regulations place some controls on what the banks and the financial institutions are doing. So there's a great deal of sympathy for the vulnerabilities that are imposed on the citizen by virtue of the banks and the charges that they impose. But connect with what I was saying earlier on. Which government in this region where campaign funding, private, undisclosed, largely comes from the financial elite, including the banks? Which government is going to undertake the legitimate and just request? Have a full debate on what is right and proper and what is wrong and improper in relation to the relationship of the banks with the citizens. That member of parliament has tried, is trying, and is encouraged to continue trying. The government, however, has found it possible to debate every other resolution that has been put on the order paper. Somehow, this matter has not yet come for debate and for voting. And what this MP has done is now taking the matter from the legislature into the courts. To what extent he can find some legal, juridical basis for challenging the exorbitant rates and fees that the banks and financial institutions are imposing. So the short answer to your question is it's an issue that relates to the distribution of power, particularly financial power, not just in the Caribbean, but in democracies across the world, where very powerful interests concentrated in the banks behave too often, irregularly. And in 2008, precipitated a global financial crisis which impacted every single country on the globe in terms of the conditions of employment and other negative factors. And we can go and read those reports which found the irregular conduct of the banks being responsible for that cataclysmic devastation. I haven't answered the question except to say we have to find a way for people power, for the citizens power, to be so directed that it can reduce the extent to which those exorbitant loans and terms of lending are imposed on the ordinary citizen.
What you were asking as well, perhaps another question, and that is if a member of parliament becomes bankrupt, is it before he enters office or while he's in office? and then he's more susceptible, more vulnerable. The question is, what? Before he enters office, I think both Trevor and I, in our existence anyway, and you're more peterless, it provides where someone who is bankrupt cannot avoid election, right? So if he is in power and he becomes bankrupt thereafter, I think the provisions will also apply, right? It hasn't been tested as far as I am aware. But the issue is, if you are bankrupt, the situation arises, the circumstances arise, just as you say, you become more vulnerable and susceptible to those who will want to offer you undue influences, and therefore you should not be a member of parliament.
But isn't it also, because it's not just the higher ranking, I think it's more the lower echelon of civil servants who have this problem. These, as far as I see, one of the things as a company, as an employer, you're obliged to give a secure environment for your people to work in. And one of the things of the secure environment is to make sure that they cannot be put in a position that because they have these financial problems, they certainly don't apply to all the rules and regulations that there are, and they just hand out things because they have this obligation. So you have to make sure that in your organization, you have this kind of, maybe called the four eyes principle, whatever, but ensure that your employers are safeguarded from this. That's one part. The other thing is you have to give this such a safe environment that if people have, I can't see because of all the light, if people have this problem, that they can come to someone in confidence in your company, in your organization, and talk about it. Say, listen, I have this financial problem. I am now vulnerable, can you help? And I know in the majority of society, people don't want to come up to anyone and say they have a financial problem. So you have to create this somehow, that you're not the only one, and we can help. Maybe not by giving you money, but at least by helping you budgeting. And now that we know of it, the vulnerability of your position is gone as well.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all the time that we have for our questions. Unfortunately, for those that asked questions online, we were unable to answer those. But that just shows for the Integrity Chamber that we need to have another one. So this needs to be the annual. It needs to be next year, God's willing, an annual event. I think the takeaways from this is, first of all, that the community needs to take a stand. Community needs to take a stand, whether it is with education-wise, understanding what's going on in our community, understanding what's going on in government, and ensuring that we are vocal about it and that we rally each other, we rally the different communities, our different associations, foundations, to ensure that integrity is at the top. So it's not just a government issue, but it's a community effort. And the Integrity Chamber continues to do their due diligence and their part in ensuring that that information is out there by various, from social media and from panel discussions like this. So continue to do a great job. And I would like to invite everyone, once you, that's here, please feel free to share the information. It's on Facebook, it's on YouTube, post it on your social media, and encourage your friends, family members, community, and workplace to also engage. Gentlemen, thank you so much for a very insightful and short panel discussion. And I would invite you to exit the stage as we turn it over to our MC, Mr. Tobias. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Let's have a round of applause for our moderator for this afternoon. A job well done. Okay, if I can get my lectern back. Folks, we're coming to the end of the session this afternoon. And of course, though, we want to, before we call on the director to do the vote of thanks, we just want to bring it all together. We've heard a lot since 2 o'clock, and we just want to bring it all together with a few of the statements that were made in the various presentations and, of course, during the panel discussion as well. Okay. Just some of the statements. A little bit of integrity is not possible. Have to go all the way, right? Yes. There is a need, and I think everyone would agree, there is a need for a code of conduct in the public sector. Public participation increases confidence in the trust of government. Integrity is the cornerstone for good governance, and leaders must uphold a strong moral compass and set an example for the public by upholding the principles of integrity. Question: does your organization have its integrity structure in order? To achieve integrity, it involves all of us, each and every one of us. And it's important to point out that the Integrity Committee's aim is not to simply investigate with the aim to prosecute or to punish, but they focus on the prevention of misconduct by using a warm handshake approach. I like that, warm handshake approach. Persons of trust, we heard these terms being thrown around, persons of trust, whistleblowers, and protection for those who speak up against misconduct and corruption. Leaders, politicians need to recognize that we are just trustees of the nation and the nation's resources. Someone said integrity is a prerequisite for good governance and for confidence in government. The pillars for a great society is already entrenched in your constitution. All countries have corruption. The difference is in having the right systems and processes in place to prevent misconduct or corruption. There is a need for social contracts. We need to find mechanisms to hold our officials or public officials accountable. How can we develop a trust culture where the degree of trust is very high? Then a challenge was thrown out, just like the Nordic currency, as in Denmark. How can we establish a Caribbean currency where we determine our level and our degree of trust? Like this one, integrity, intelligence, and energy. That's what Warren Buffett recommends. But he says without the first, integrity, the other two might kill you. Very powerful statement. Someone said the next logical step is action in building integrity. We had a nice discussion during the panel debate or the panel discussion where it was said small communities create areas in integrity, and this can delay the improvement of our society. And finally, last two, there is a trust deficit between leadership and those who lead. And we need to identify the mechanisms to close that trust gap. Finally, building integrity to build a nation is not just the responsibility of the Integrity Chamber or of government, but it requires the involvement of all of us. So one more time, we hope that those points, we're driving it home, bringing it all together after a very successful afternoon. And one more time, we'd like to ask all those who participated, please give them another round of applause. And finally, we'd like to call on the Director of the Integrity Chamber of St. Maarten, Ms. Shanda Pompier, for the vote of thanks. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As the director of the Integrity Chamber, it is my honor and privilege to give the closing remarks at the first Integrity Symposium. Building integrity to build a nation is not only the theme of this event, but also the motive by which the Integrity Chamber executes its tasks. Sint Maarten is a young nation, and the choices we make today will shape the country that we live in tomorrow and for generations to come. This topic is therefore an important one. And based on your attendance here today and the discussions that we've heard, I believe it's safe to say that everyone here finds it also an important topic. I am certain that the presentations and panel discussions give us new insights and a better understanding of the standards and best practices for building integrity. As leaders and contributors to this beautiful nation, all have a role to play in ensuring that integrity is embedded in government and within our community. I hope that this is only the beginning of a national discussion on integrity. At this time, I would like to thank those that made this event possible. A heartfelt thank you goes out to our keynote speakers, Mr. Dion Abdul and Professor Trevor Monroe, both of whom took time from their busy schedules and away from their families to be here. We thank you for being a part of this event and for your insightful and thought-provoking speeches. Please give them a round of applause. Our gratitude also goes out to our MC, Mr. Orlando Tobias, and our moderator, Ms. Edna Evans, for graciously accepting our invitation to be a part of this event and for the important roles that they played in its success. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you to the members of the Integrity Chamber and the staff of the Secretariat whose commitment and support made organizing this event possible. A special thank you to our communication officer, Mr. Kevin James, who lived and breathed Integrity Symposium for the past several weeks. Thank you, Kevin. We thank the management and staff of AUC for accommodating this event. And last but certainly not least, we would like to thank our event planner, Sife Badajo, and her team who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that this event ran as smooth as possible. We could not have done it without you. This event is also a success thanks to all of you here today. Thank you for your attendance, your attention, and your participation. In closing, it is my hope that the takeaways from this symposium will further deepen our thinking and encourage all of us to take action on building integrity to build a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that said, folks, that's it for the symposium. We want to again thank all of you for joining us this afternoon. And of course, look forward to having you again at the next symposium. And do have a safe drive home. Of course, folks, I was just reminded that there is a reception taking place outside. So we invite you to please join us, network, socialize, and enjoy the balance of the evening. Thank you.